How's it going? Happy Friday. What? Sorry, my D&D group is messaging. We have a meeting tomorrow. Yeah, how goes it? Happy Friday. Hope you guys have been having a good week. I am so tired. I'm so happy it's the weekend. I know it was only a 4-day week, but it felt like an 8-day week. So I am happy to be over with it. Why are my glasses like filthy? Pardon me while I clean them. Yeah. Tonight we're gonna finish Apollo Justice. I'm so fucking excited. We're gonna finally see how Phoenix, what caused Phoenix to get disbarred 7 slutty years ago. Will Apollo and Clavier kiss? Definitely not, but one can dream. I'm on my bullshit this week. If you couldn't already tell, because I've been reading gay fan fiction all week. Because a TikToker I like recommended them again, and every time I tweeted about this, but every time this woman gives fan fiction recommendations, I just end up in a hole, in a fan fiction hole, for weeks, and it ruins my life. Sorry, what was I saying? Fanfiction? Yeah, fanfiction. Just, I'm spiraling in fanfiction hole. Right now, it's steady Stranger Things time loop fanfiction, specifically. Though the one I'm reading right now is not time loop, it's just like alternate universe, alternate timeline. She wrote it before season 4 part 2 came out. Or she, they, I don't know their pronouns. So we're seeing, so far it's just very good. I love it. What was it? If anybody is curious, what are the ones that, what are they called? This one I'm reading right now is called Keep It Steady, Eddie. And the other one, pull it up in my story graph because I'm logging it as books read. Is called The Lathe. Very good. The next one I have been recommended to read is called The One in Which a Time Loop is Fucking Exhausting. So, hopefully they're all good. Norton, can you stop giving me just the 1,000 pop-ups? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Can I just stop it? Go away. My computer hates me. 10 minutes away. Oh, beautiful. 10 minutes away. We're meeting in a new destination tomorrow for D&D. At the one player's house we haven't been to yet. And he's only 10 minutes from me, which is wonderful because the other destination is 30 minutes from me. So it's very nice. Which way is it going to take me? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Anyway. I'm rambling, because I always ramble. Tonight we're drinking ciders. I don't think it's gonna adjust well enough. This is blackberry. I have pineapple waiting in the wings. Will my webcam readjust to my face? There we go. This is also a no makeup evening because fuck it. I'm tired. Will Norton, go away. Thank you so much. All right. Let's turn off the music. Move my OBS window to the side. Nope, not desktop. Okay. And find my totally legit game files. Meant to open this before I started, and I forgot. Because I always forget. I'm like extra stuffy today. I don't know why. So if I sound more nasally than normal, I am very sorry. But there is nothing I can do about it. Anywho, let us finish this fucking game. So yeah, we are in the second half of the first trial day. What happened last time? Let's see if I can recap. We're in an experiment for a new judicial system. The juror version. They had a name, and I don't remember. Basically, they have jurors who like help decide. And Phoenix is like head of the jury committee, and we're in like this. You know, we're like the experimental trial. And we are defending a woman whose father died. They think she killed him with poison. He was a painter. We thought he was a forger. Turns out she's the forger. He did an interview for the first time ever and immediately died. And then there was a whole thing about a stamp on a letter he got 7 years ago. And Trucy's weird uncle is here for some reason. They're not in the trial yet. I think that's everything. I'm sure we're going to get flashbacks of the whole entire first half of the trial at some point. So, like, don't even worry about it. But okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually... That's a thumb... or it's nail polish? I don't know what they keep referring to it as, but... doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Yes. For Father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent? For making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned. That was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out, and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, we do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know that? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough without all these daddies running around. Apollo! We know the victim's daughter, Vera, was a forger. What does that mean for the case? I guess you're about to find out. I can't. Sorry, did not mean to slam that. Fuck, that was funny. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Mission Forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, though the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You've seen this before, yeah? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. The red envelope. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. Okay. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. this Drew mission. Alright. Let's press everything. So these things you were making, you need paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. The smiley face is so fucking cute. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. Objection! Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her of the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. All right. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. I don't know why I just read it that time. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. Somebody just texted me. Oomst. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Mission. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. I had the same thought as you, Apollo. Phoenix got disbarred because of forged evidence. So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used? I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, atroquinine? A moment, Air Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Excuse me. Yes, I think it was. So, you didn't know about the poison? So she forged the stamp Guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. And that's why he framed it. She framed it, because she made the copy and thought it was pretty. That's why it's framed. Okay. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is? Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. The single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. What is that a picture of? Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty. And more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. Is it the Grammieres? The magicians? This is something new. Oh, Gavin. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you'll be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. My favorite magicians! I know what's going on. Not that it's that hard to figure out, but I know what's going on. Magicians. I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad. Oh, okay, I see what this is a picture of. It's crying. I thought it was like a mountain, like in the distance. The number 1. And then like a person standing here, like in a circle. And I was like, what is this supposed to be a picture of? It's a crying smiley face. I probably would have understood that better on a smaller screen. But did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Okay. What if I... Oh god. Oh, I can't present a profile? It won't, oh, wait, then... Oh. Oh God, I don't know. I feel like it has to be this. Not... Might be magic show ticket. I don't think it's this, because, like, what is she gonna know about that? It's not her card. It's not the coffee mug. It's got, I guess it's gotta be that ticket, because it's the only thing we have, and I can't present a profile, so. Alright, the music stopped, we're good. Those magicians you liked. Was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better. You can't beat the Troop Grammary. That's what it is. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin. Oh. Prosecutor Gavin. Grammary? What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No! Answer the question, now! Oh my God. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize. But, I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. Oh, Gavin is... Javier is struggling. No! Oh, my boy. He's realizing things. I assume about that case 7 years ago. I don't know what he's realizing, but... Did he condemn someone who was actually innocent? Maybe. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? It looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied. Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence is This girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Uh-oh. Vera! Oh, God. Oh, no! The devil. Oh, jeez. The drama. Oh, my God. Defendant Vera Misham. Condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis. Acute atroquinine poisoning. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case, at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. We're reliving the past! I love this. Oh, I'm so excited. It's Phoenix! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. I'm delighted. I love this game so much. This game. Look at him! Look at his short. And that is where we must go. She's a baby! To find the whole truth. Look at the baby girls. I'm so excited. Yes. Save my shit. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. It's Tracy's dad. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Literally delighted. Oh, I'm so excited. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Whew, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Enigmar, like Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what's happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, she's so cute! Oh, good morning, Daddy! Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
Ha 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 ha. I'm fine, as always. This old boy here's to help me after all. Or he's here to help me after all. That's a young man, too. Good morning. It's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks, my first show's today after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Romary. What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Oh, is this the real page? Okay, or it's the forged page? I don't know. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But, allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha 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 ha! I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. What do we have? Crime photo. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. What is... I can't... Hold on. Was he shot in the head? The clown was shot. Gun. Diary. Injection. He took out his IV. I don't know what that is. Probably a call button. Okay. Body found in the hospital room, shot in the forehead. Okay. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head, estimated time 11 to 11:30 p.m. Magnifique Romari, age 67. April 13th, loss of blood from bullet wound. Loss of blood? He was shot in the head. I'm pretty sure that was the cause of death, not the blood loss. But okay. Malignant tumor confirmed in victim's liver. Okay. And then the notebook page. It's my all-important badge. It shows that I'm a defense attorney. Okay. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shandy Enigmar. Shady. Shady? Shandy? Shady. Known to the world as Zach Grimeri, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grimeri. His mentor, Magnifique Romari, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, I must say music, until he was shot dead. And Zach Grimeri is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m. Courtroom number 7. Look at him! Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The Gaviner's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah. Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavin's... figures my bros more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? Like you're affected... Oh, I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. You're not getting that from me. I'm just getting warmed up, Air Attorney, right? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case? Strung, baby. I don't know how to say that. Whatever. Time to call in the opening act. What was his name again? Detective Gumshoe! Hit it! I missed Gumshoe. Hello, my boy. And you are? Oh God, can I pull out his voice? Hey, you were the one who called me up, yes, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? Normally you lack confidence in your testimony? Air detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hay-ewing and such. I could care less about your history together. Ugh. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a hospital room at General Hospital. The facts are simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. I don't think that's his correct voice, but it's what we're going with. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Mary, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Look at the turtle bouncing on his nose. Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'll be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples, even better. I don't know what I thought that word was. I dare say Troop Camari has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retirement Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps? The judge? Smart? What's happening here? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Chart added to the record. Oh, Jesus. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? What's with all these song references? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. And he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. chronic diabetes, and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe added to the court record. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting? Yes, sir. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to... What? Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belongs to the old man, so... Okay, I'm gonna be back in a second. I'm gonna see if I can do a little nasal spray because my nose is super congested. Be back in 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if that does anything for me. Eventually. Okay. Pardon me. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have the letter in question. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved Zach, to you I entrust it to... Why? Added to the court record. Okay. Can I read it? Very unusual indeed. Oh, and it's gonna be all tiny down there. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come the 13th, 11:05 p.m., I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Interesting. Hold on. I want to read. Team's face clock will make me wait a little longer, at least. Only less than 10 minutes remain. That's not what I wanted to do. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing that bothers me about this, why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? Oh, look at my puppy. Look at that baby. Cutie patootie. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb for a couple hours. Because people are just blowing up my phone while I'm streaming. The devil is in the details, Heir Attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11 o'clock, the victim, Magnifique Mary, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Actually, the victim might have ordered him to do it. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. Could be a setup. Let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Splash it everywhere, why don't I? Thanks, pal. Fine. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Okay. Just want to fill up my cup. Just give me a second. This letter was sent by the victim? There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. Ah, I see. Ha ha! Score one for the boys. I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. What did they used to be? I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did as it was asked of him. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue show it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo. Maybe there's something in there that I can use. So they're saying that the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Shot something else. I mean, looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him in the forehead. Popped him one. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? You can prove that with this photo. I can prove it, and he had a I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The clown doll. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I think it's the uncle. I think the uncle masterminded it all. And then pinned it on Zach because he wanted to get the rights to all the tricks. But then it backfired because Zach just disappeared instead of being arrested. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did not have to shoot a forehead as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown's forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary, but our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with this testimony? Okay, I gotta press something for that. I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. Read this letter carefully. Okay. So I have two thoughts on things to present. One is this, because it says he bled out. In it says he bled out. Or this. This music is a bop. Well, my brain wants to listen to it instead of thinking. with a new letter. I could get the gun as evidence. Did I didn't press everything, did I? I don't think I got to press everything. And this letter was sent by the victim? Where it is? Oh, okay. This I did press this one. But it might have been the clown's forehead he shot. Okay, so he practiced first on the doll, then shot him. Practiced in the middle of the hospital? Anyone could have come in at any moment. Yeah, but no one did come, did they, pal? Besides, it's what I would have done. Always look before you shoot, I say. Might I suggest we move on? This is getting us nowhere. Patience. We'll get there sooner than you think. Very well, please continue with your testimony, detective. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. Funny looking gun there, so there's no mistake in it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullet were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in?
You want a big boy, you want a little boy?
Oh, little boy. Thank you for the 23-month resub, Cody. Look at that fresh young man. He becomes a weird slutty bum daddy is now. I know! You should have heard me screaming as they introduced this back in time section. Wait till you see Gavin, or Clavier. This little fucking freak. Never heard of Zach and Valance quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valance stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on the stage. This is one of the pistols they use in the show. Yeah, that's Gavin. That's Clavier. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Look at this little freak! I love him so much. I mean, I love present day Gavin more. But look at this little punk! With the deep V and the collarbones and the short hair. I love this game! Anyway. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. Gross. You know what? That would explain a lot about the police force. He traded Phoenix's sluttiness! He did! You're absolutely right. He got disbarred and then took Clavier's sluttiness and just rampaged for 7 years with his adopted daughter Trucy, which you missed baby Trucy. They had little baby Trucy at the beginning of this. Oh my god. She's so fucking cute. I screamed. It was adorable. Stroke of Mary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since. I'm not keeping his voice up very well. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. Judge, it's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold 1 round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha, intriguing point well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Okay. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. Alright. Now do I get to present the gun? Take that! Objection! The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have to come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... Objection! Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah! Yeah, but he probably could have brought a second bullet. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Objection! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I mean, okay, yeah, I guess Magnifi had the gun, so... I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. An utter lack of humility. He doesn't have... He never... 7 years later, he still has a lack of humility, Phoenix. As I'm sure you know. What's this? Seems the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Air Detective was just the warm-up act. Ugh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach or Mary who shot the victim in the forehead. I can't fucking read. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. These are really short sections. I'm only an hour and 20 minutes in, and I'm gotten through 2 parts. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, may your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes. And the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. Excuse me. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. Cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those things called? Rifling marks. Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? Ha 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 ha. You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks? Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifique Grammary? That old devil. He was not asleep, you can see. Or you see. Of course the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Ha ha! Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack or Mary seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. Where was baby Trucy? I wanted to show Cody. She's so fucking cute. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks. It wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Oh my god. I couldn't say production. Part of my work title is production. Yeah, it's gonna be Valent. Being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So, we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Oh wow, he's got baby face compared to 7 years later. Valent. Oh god, part of my nail is like chipped. And it's all rough and scratchy. Perhaps we start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary. Oh god, I'm just gonna give him that same voice I think I did. It's like Valent Grammary. Magician. Something like that. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate. The grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. I feel like I gave him like a nasally thing. Wait, the shooting took place at that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grimeri received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. 11:20. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. Letter 2. Okay. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grimeri up to? By which you mean? Just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. Just my opinion, Air Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet, this was nothing to do with the case at hand. By what you mean, you're not going to tell us, or by which? Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grimeri, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. Ha ha ha. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. The night of the crime. Take a little sip. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes in before conclusions in this court. I don't know about that. But if your testimony proves to be true, the defendant, Zach Grimeri, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Grimeri, then the killer was you, Valant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. Oh, crack my back really quick. Oh. Everybody do a little stretch. Oh. Treat your body with kindness. Anyway. Which, according to this letter, was 11:20 p.m.? Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Little callback? Little callback, huh? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? Why were the shooter? Why you were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel. And, of course, I also do this trick where I bend steel bars. So perhaps steel isn't also strong. So, which is it? Mind if I continue? Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim, one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more, see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols? It would have been 1 by the time he was in there, so that, like, oh, I just dropped my tissue on the floor. Oh, God. Location doesn't matter. The bullet wouldn't matter. I guess there's a number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valiant quick draw shoot 'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You were well informed, yes. Only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intent of shooting my mentor. Snuck into his room and found upon his bedside table 2 pistols. That I had fired and placed in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photo of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Okay, we always gotta present these things. Thinking the gun. Because, okay, if he shot the second pistol, it matches the bullet in his head. And Zach took the first pistol, which would match the one in the clown. According to the defendant, Zach Romeri, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about Mr. Valen? What Mr. Valen has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallon. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Vallon, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. How old is he here? 17! He's a child! Look at baby Trucy. Big little face. Oh, I don't have myself. Anyway. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Ellen for Mary. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. Hey, Francisca started at 13. They do, in fact, let babies practice law.
Objection!
You'll see in time. But she had a whip. This is true. She had a whip and also fucking what's his face? Von Karma. Probably evil-eyeing everybody from behind. Testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Professor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin! Professor. Where did I pull that? When Mr. Vallon entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot, and his next testimony will prove, ere right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Professor Gavin, PhD of sluttiness. Oh, very good, Cody. Who shot what? I arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. You could be making that shit up. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. How could the doctor call that? You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love. Where the fuck are you going with this? Cue to the song, press the play button. It will play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Phoenix. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. Oh my god. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there was an incontrovertible truth. Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. Oh god. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Oh, Jesus. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Oh, God. So I have to be careful about what I press. Carry on. Right. Alright. I arrived in the hospital room at the point in time. There's not going to be a contradiction in that. Like, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. That could. I'm just scared. You walk in on a murder and the first thing you do is shoot the clown? The disciple does what the disciple must. My mentor's request, without reason, had cause for me to survey for me a something of sorrow. What the hell is that word? Hocus pocus requires a matter of admirable focus. Shut the hell up, you punk god, I love you. For what would I, Valant, be now without him? May the soul of Magnifie the Great find greater peace above. This I muttered to myself as I pulled that lonely trigger. In any case, I believe that this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Heir Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. I was to examine the body before the police arrived. Okay. Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes, I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head." Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing. I would have pennied the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Whatever happened to good old-fashioned investigation? In any case, I believe that this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Heir Attorney. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain. Why are we saying that at the end of every single statement? Quite clear about the time. How the fuck? Oh no. How the fuck could he figure that out? I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? Get him, Phoenix. We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Okay. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifie Mary's schedule. Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifie took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. No. As someone who had an IV relatively recently, that shit don't fall out. It's not gonna fall out because you got shot. It's taped on there and it's dug into your skin. Poor bastard died getting his honk shoe meat on. Cody, you're just full of them today. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Also, pretty sure that's not true either. They have to turn off the drip, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. but I'm pretty sure the gravity would still be pushing it out of the needle. We could just measure the remaining IV liquid. This is stupid because this is not how it works. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. I believe the difference in pressure makes it stop depending on the IV. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Still, it would not fall out being shot. That I'm certain of. Not unless you yanked your arm, and that is not, like, in the throes of death. But even then, that shit, it's not like in Supernatural where they rip it out, like, and it doesn't do anything. I don't know. That's just shoddy. Plot holes. I don't know. Yeah, they have to shoot the actual IV, or do something that would cause his body to jerk so violently that it ripped out. Right, it would rip out and it would bleed. It would be very obvious. That was removed gently. And he would still bleed, but anyway. And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright? That seem important? I would think so. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic.
But thank you for the retweet, Cody. You're the best.
The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Alcohol's starting to get to my head a little bit. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV proves my innocence. Alright. What am I gonna have to present to this? I would just like to see everything. It's not my badge. I mean, it looks like it's like nicely placed on the pillow. This shit wasn't ripped out. None of these other things make sense. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Oh. Shut up. That's like placed. Okay, maybe I need to like just press on it. I don't think I'm on the wrong track. I'm just pressing wrong, but I'm jumping the gun. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm, did I spy, a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle, knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say, thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self, for it always without fail brings me luck. Yellow or pink, which one? Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was, like the bust that killed that person in the circus case from, I don't know which game that was. One of the previous games. I think that was the second game. That annoying clown. And that 12-year-old child trying to be married by a 30-year-old man. Ugh, that is one trip down memory lane no one needs. Phoenix and I are the same. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say I think 'twas hewed specially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Is it the blue pendant on his chest? Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? I don't know, as a contradiction. I don't know. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. They all kind of blend in, so I don't remember. Yeah, those first 3 games are the same. Like, they all exist in the same space in my head because I played them just like boom, 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 boom. So all those cases just kind of run into each other. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost to me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. Does it? I mean, I don't know. Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what he told you? Somewhere in this picture. Crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Heir Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in the photo contradicts the witness's testimony? I assume this, because it's green. Valent Grimeri, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes! Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What is his deal? What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Oh, maybe he's not. Maybe he's just stupid. I think maybe he's just fucking stupid and got really lucky by forging evidence. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alicus. Oh my god, the bunny rabbits! That was cute. What does this mean? Oh no, he caught the Phoenix Wright character dumb, TM.
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. What? Gavin, Clavier, what is your issue? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grimeri, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. I don't know what this has to do with anything. But, well, this contradiction can only mean one thing.
Objection!
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree. At a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow, but I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green, because it's yellow, but the bag is blue. But even... what does it have to do with anything? It looks green! Yes, but the color of the IV bag itself. The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? Looks like a, I want to say light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it. But he said... I don't... Why would he know it? Why would he know any of that? As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? I really... I love this, like, juxtaposition of experienced Phoenix and the newbie prosecutor, because it, like, harkens back to, you know, Edgeworth being like, oh, you noob. You don't have any experience, you're so green. And, like, kind of making fun of Phoenix about it, and Phoenix is like, yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot and a newbie, but he's also, like, not, like, lording it over him. I don't know. It's a fun little reverse swap situation. Yeah, he's being sassy, but he's also not being a dick about it. He's being very mature. No, he's not being haughty. Like, Miles was haughty. Phoenix is not. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Those bunny rabbits are so fucking cute. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valant Grimeri, has testified that the IV liquid is yellow because he'd seen it before, he knew the IV liquid's color. It's not the fucking first one. This is so long and specific, that's what makes me believe. Like, these are very similar, but from the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see at the photo. He saw the liquid by itself, in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave that getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Professor Gavin. Pardon. Professor! I keep calling him Professor Gavin! Prosecutor Gavin! To have my brain liquefied out of my head and then replaced with a new one. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike this... Unlike... The music starts back up! Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight, Air Right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as yourself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Grammary. I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic. That prop was the syringe! Definitely the fucking syringe. The victim's syringe is the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. Got that last word. It's easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes a perfect clock. One that you can manipulate at will. I'm a little scared because we haven't gotten to whatever the forged piece of evidence is yet. It's those letters, I think, but or maybe that sheet of paper. I don't know. At some point, whatever that notebook is gonna come into play. Beveraging. I do believe, well, with this being his first, the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I need to do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is it? Oh God. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting to it? Nor was the witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifique Mary's diary. Diary? Okay. After going to the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seemed. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. It does appear to have been written something. All that is left is to lay down this piece. Sort of steps it into evidence. Okay, I gotta open that up and read it again. The very last part with particular care. All that is left to mine. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zachary. I thought I was gonna get to the actual last part. No! What the fuck? Why am I not allowed to read it? Fucking assholes. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor after all. But look what he said before that. Not before. Depends on his hand. His, underlined. All that's left to mine is to... may go on. Intended to write again. That is. If Zachary didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zachary. Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Mary wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, and the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor. C's face clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Well, how do you like me now, Air Right? Still too green for your tastes? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Okay, probably that page. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too... Excuse me? Got a typo. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, I didn't even think of showing us this diary. Don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown in court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Wow, they're just like spoon-feeding me, like, show them the thing that means you wrote more. Show them the thing that you have. That's not the diary. That means you wrote more stuff. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving the diary didn't end with this page. Notebook, page. First, take a close look at this diary. All that is left of mine is to lay down this pen. Finally. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Mary. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in the Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edges of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remnants of the last page of Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zachary Mary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grimary. No. No! It's a bunny rabbit. The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that?
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Heir Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Heir Judge. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request you put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. I have a bad feeling. I mean, I know this ends poorly, but, well, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh, there he is. Why is his hair? Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. Oh my god, I did not realize his hair was like that. Did not, from his photo. That was not clear. But I had to make a judiciary deal with this witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. Cody. thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter.
A painter? You are somehow related to this case.
No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
Oh, yeah. I know it well.
How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it.
You... what? You made it?
Yes. You might call it one of my works.
The regional prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Grameri. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness, a painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you may say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so, we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence. The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I could say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Baby. Oh boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Shut the fuck up, Clavier. Clavier, however the fuck you say your name. Shut up! Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? Yeah, I know, they have zero fucking proof. The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. The prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip. Everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. Did other Gavin do the forgery and then tip off so that his little brother would win the case? Maybe. See no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. This fucking hair. Yeah. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and sullied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. I could not stick with a voice for him. I'm glad we're on the same page, Cody. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. That was... The defendant has escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. Look at him standing there. I love his little stance. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zack Rameri, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Rameri miracle. Ah, ha, 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 ha. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Rameri vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. To be continued. He adopted Trucy and he got disbarred 7 slutty years ago, and my sweet boy got framed. And then he used fake evidence to get Gavin thrown in jail. The card was faked. Because Gavin stole the real card? I think so. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Rameri's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zack Rameri, go? He's living in the basement of the courthouse this whole time. See, what dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? A little baby. She was like 8. Oh. Hello. The past left us with these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, The final trial will begin. But first, you must trace the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Okay. What is happening? Hi! I'm Phoenix Wright. I'll be your guide through this game. What is wrong with me? A terrible trial saw me presented for forged evidence. It ended half finished. When the defense. Sorry, I'm laughing at myself. What became of me after that? You shacked up with Edgeworth and became just the best dads. As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. I'm gay, and I'm in love with my best friend, Miles Edgeworth. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. Magatama. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well, now, shall we begin? I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cody. Also, just so you know, like, the brain space I'm in, I'm on my shit this week. Because, like, my brain's melting out of my ears because I'm starting the grad school stuff. And even though it's not that hard, it's, like, yet, because it's just the intro week, I'm still, like, forcing my brain into student mode. And then, I tweeted it earlier, but this TikToker I love, when she recommends fan fiction, they're always a hit. And then I end up in the swirling vortex of AO3 again. And I'm back on my fanfiction bullshit right now, reading a bunch of steady Steve and Eddie Stranger Things fanfiction. So this is where I'm at. And this is the brain space I'm at. I'm also, all week, have been prepping, while doing my, like, schoolwork and actual work and reading fanfiction, I have been prepping to DM for D&D tomorrow, which has been a whole brain thing. And, like, I love my friends, but we haven't played since, like, September. So, we're, setting up the time and stuff we're gonna meet. They're like, we want to do an extra long session. And before that, I had been like, okay, we're probably gonna do a relatively short session in my head. It's like, I'm just gonna prepare this one thing. And they're like, we wanna go so long because we haven't played. So I did say this, but I was like, bitch, we will get through what we can get through. So I had to, like, quick read through the next parts of the book so I could, like, be semi-prepared to possibly run it. Oh my god. So this is where my head is at. I'm just on my full gay fan fiction bullshit, and then also just have 800 things happening in the back of my head. But anyway, this is... Ugh. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It's right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. I'll play anything with you, Phoenix. I'll play anything with you, Phoenix. What is happening? I don't understand. What is this whole new game? The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. My poor boy. He's so sad about it. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sights doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Why are you still in lockup? Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. Are we in lockup? The forger of fakes walks freely. Oh, okay. While the innocent languages within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall? But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Romeri, for one. Who pulled that trigger, Valent? Valent or his partner, Zach? His partner vanishes before the answer can be found. What about the lady? If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. No, there's nothing to... I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? That Grimeri killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience awaits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valent Grimeri has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Grimeri followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. Oh boy! I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. A Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case, could show me the locks on people's hearts. Was this game 3 that we got this, or game 2? I don't even remember. And if I can unlock their hearts, I think it was game 2. Because that's when we first met Pearl. I think that was the case that we got this. I don't know. They'll tell me their secrets when we arrested Pearl's mom because she tried to frame Maya for murder. Yeah. Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. I don't know if I'll have the information to press him, but the trick up his sleeve. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Thank you, Cody. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird mechanic to introduce to a lawyer game, but it's better than the stupid bracelet. So, there must be a path leading from evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, as asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. You have proof of this danger, then show it. Do I? The gun? The gun's the only thing I can think of. Just shoot him. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Well, could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating. My Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It's concerned with precision. I'm sure I don't have all the stuff in this. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks in it with me. Life was sacrificed so the show might go on. Oh. I can't even get to the profiles? Alright. We're gonna be done with this. May not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Okay. Okay. Let's go back and go somewhere else. I don't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. Okay, I'm just gonna click through this. If I can, I'm talking about this! Just have to... Yes, there is. The defenders escaped. Quick, find him. On the double. Okay. Thank you. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I could still feel it itching. Yeah, it's not in our court record. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey you, there, sir! Down on the hands! Floor's on your head! Now, now, now! Oh god, that's not his voice. What's a big idea? And my ears.
No unauthorized persons aren't allowed in here.
But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Oh, who is that voice?
I just say it like it is, sir. And it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet.
We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago?
No recollection of that, sir.
Huh?
For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There's no past, there's only now, sir.
Okay, you're bailiff, right?
Yes, sir. Court bailiff like me can take your service, sir.
I've asked to meet with the bailiff of this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir.
But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing?
I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet.
Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me.
That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lonely bailiff.
But your uniform.
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day?
I'm dying over here. The star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope. Then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you could tell me about it? About Zach Mary's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that.
Why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! Some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of
the court building here.
Aha, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own.
Okay. And which way did Zach Mary run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this and then round the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magician run right into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right there because I was. Lobby number 2, sir.
You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here.
Okay. I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
Oh god, are we gonna Magatama? How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished?
Absolutely, sir. I saw with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, alright.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? Have any ideas?
Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Oh! Everybody's got secrets. Psyche locks. I should have known. Alright. I'm gonna just go to all the places first. And then... Oh, look right in Cole offices before it got turned into just a hoarder's den.
Oh, little baby. Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
Ha 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 ha. I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's a young man to you.
Good morning. That's a cute outfit.
Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today after all.
Did she help her dad escape? 2 weeks have passed since then. I called her into my office. And you called an 8-year-old into your office? I gotta stand up for a second. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. She's got an uncle. What? Well, I guess they're not blood related. I don't know. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
She's so cute. She's so cute. Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney.
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
Oh, Felix, why would you say that? That was quick. Yes.
If I move here, I had to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office is a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Because she is. Oh, sweet little girl. She's so cute.
So Daddy got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't ya? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yup. After all, I'm directly descended from the famous Jack and Mary.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Aww. He loves her already. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach or Mary?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
He's so funny. Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Mary, and they're big.
The Marys. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Val and Mary together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
Ugh, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what happened to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was that?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, you want to see a trick?
You're gonna do a magic trick? Yes, please show me. Please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Oh my god, it's baby Mr. Hat. Or maybe it is just Mr. Hat. He's so big.
Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. Gotta say, it's good to be seen. Ugh!
Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
He certainly makes an impression. Oh my god, she's so fucking cute. I can't get over her cute little face.
Doesn't he? Ha! I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ah, get it? Heady?
My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The hazing Mr. Hat added to the court record. Interesting. Would you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zach and Valence smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
They shot her. Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa Grimary.
Poor girl. I didn't even know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't.
Don't worry. I won't vanish, I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy's always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate is a backup plan. Juicy's locket added to the court record. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay. I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
God, she's adorable. The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Ooh, got a little check mark. You'll love to see it. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. That fucking hair. Decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. Suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I don't know what voice I'm giving him. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh. This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. Oh. She's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not, sadly, a profitable one. Never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by, were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but that's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Yes, they want me to present this. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. The diary. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all of my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. First was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Oh. Liar, liar, pants on fire. A psyche lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright. Let's try it. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. You ruined my career. Stop fucking lying to me. This is your fucking fault. True, when I asked the client's name, there was no psyche locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? 'Cause you destroyed my fucking career. Well, I made my stand, no backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? The client? The sample? The sample? The forger? All of it. He's hiding fucking all of it. Oh, God. Forger is the most interesting one. Because we know it's his daughter, but I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psyche locks. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of asylum security or a new hairstyle, perhaps? Does that explain this thing? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? They said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? I don't know as much as I could. I never met them. Not personally. Not personally. Again with the psycho locks. I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how it got there. And your conclusion is, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger is... Where is she? Little Vera. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but just shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psyche locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. Ahem. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho lock myself. Phoenix just like doesn't care anymore. He's telling people about the locks, like he does not give a shit. He's like, my life is over. I'm just gonna throw the book at these people. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl, outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary, they're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? We'll speak only with the artist, the client told me. That little girl might know something about him. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Yeah. Maybe I need to talk to him still. I don't know. I just want to make sure, like, if I gotta present him any shit. I should have done that already. Mr. Misham, I was wondering if you could tell me about this. I've not been in touch with the outside world for some time now. Sorry, but that isn't much of an okay. Okay, we're gonna talk to Vera. We're gonna talk to Vera. Just in case. I'm sure I can switch back if I need to. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually. With only one exception. Which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please let me speak with her. Alright, because it was one of the Grimaries. It had to be the Valent. It was probably Valent. She loves them, so she would have talked to them. And the mom is dead, so... Uh-oh, this could be tough. I don't know why I thought to do that. Oh, and this is... Oh, there's a bunch of shit here. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Oh my god, there's so many things. There's so many things I want to look at. First of all, this. That is a large thing of nail polish. It's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. Belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. It wasn't pink when we saw it. What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. That's, it's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. A stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. There they are. That's Zack and Valent, the Grimaries, isn't it? The post office has issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grimaries were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth, and the other's dead. Vera went to see one of those shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on the TV, till the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. Still wonder how she got her hands on it. This is you and Vera? Yes. I took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? Never been that good at people, unfortunately. Right. Shouldn't you practice? Okay, let's talk to her. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. Still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. Nah, I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly okay. What can I present? The stamp. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She could talk. Yeah, so the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Great magicians, aren't they? Can I have it? Isn't Troop Grimary amazing? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valent. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah.
All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. Opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic.
The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? Guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just one, when I was little with Father. The Grammaries on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this? You know, about Zach and Valiant, maybe.
Oh, sure.
All right, better get asking before she changes her mind. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. Okay. The way he started that sentence was so weird. Maybe I could show the gun? Nope, okay. We're just gonna talk. We're gonna chat.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there's lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes. Actually, she was quite insistent upon it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
But when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift, from that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
That client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting, all sorts of things.
I really like painting, a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So, you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint and say the same thing I saw. Or do is paint the same thing I saw. This was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. I guess no one told her.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean the true Grammary? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it, and he didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grammaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on our good side. Okay. So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? What's this about good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Yep. Right. Time to do some psyche unlocking. The client. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp? No, that's not why. They listen to me, to my problem. The problem that keeps her inside all the time? Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Oh god. Not the stamp. Oh god, I don't know. Do I have that even? No. Now that she's talking to me, if I examine that table again, will she, like, tell me about things? What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. Okay. How about this? It's a pretty bottle. Don't touch it, please. Belongs to Vera. Okay. Maybe I can't do anything else here for now. Let's go back to this goober. Okay. Let's talk to this goober man. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, was it a sudden atmosphere?
Oh my god, I don't remember his voices. You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zachary vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say it. Sir.
Why are you so nervous if you're aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here, and listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day.
Well, Trucy Bell. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir!
Chicken sound is so funny.
Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Just one thing, but it was not how to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician.
He's 7 feet tall? Holy shit. 7 feet. Oh, okay, Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach or Mary. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekin. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Mr. Hat!
Is he? What's that?
He's having a stroke. That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zachary exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zachary, don't even think you can escape me, kids. Down your hand, floor on your head. Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zachary, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zachary. Magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, the very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here since me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of Lobby 2. A little tiny hat, along with Mr. Hat. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, when you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in a rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. And then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zachary's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. Ow. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know, I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever. Okay. I let the defendant escape, but that's a stone cold truth. Just another step on my way to singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Guamshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken away from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zachary that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Okay. Oh! Oh! We've unlocked something in the present.
Oh, evil man. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. And I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. Two hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you can hum, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours? Oh my god.
Don't mind me, it's just a friendly neighborhood news band.
He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. Oh god. That was Zach Grimeri. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Now, don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. And this is is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy sort of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. Before we go. Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Was that the name of the victim in the first case?
Oh, and I'm Brussels, Spark. Brussels news reporter.
Hold on. I need to look up. I need to look it up. Oh god, I've just been asked. A question that I don't know if I, hold on. Oh no, I'm like overwhelmed now. Trial 1? Turnabout corner? Is it? No, it's trial. It's a... It is. Oh no. Oh, I'm... No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still don't know who I am. Have we met? He's dead! I'm so upset. I thought maybe he was still... Oh no! Trucy's dad is dead. You cannot declare me guilty. Sorry, now I'm distracted by that question. We just lived this. I don't care. Okay, I'm gonna take like a 2-second break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and go contemplate this question really quick. I'll be right back. Hello, I have returned. Sorry, I had a thought while I was in the bathroom about something I need to make sure I remembered to bring tomorrow. And if I didn't grab it now and put it in a obvious place, I would have forgotten it. Like 100%. So, we're good. Alright. My mind is in 1,000 places. Let's do this. You can't be. But you're... Zachary. Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zachary. This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. We will play soon. Ready the room. I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zachary? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I hardly need to express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else, and so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. Okay. We completed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense... Oh, that was him talking, I think. You chose your defense attorney by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. Okay, so we only ever lost Phoenix and Magnifi. Okay. You know what I speak of. I know what you do. Trucy's power? Trucy. She's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. I knew it. I fucking knew it way back when. He uses Trucy to cheat. And she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
I knew it. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Mary. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grimary blood or something? Then what is Apollo? And his stupid fucking bracelet. Blood. I don't know why I hate his bracelet so much, but I do. No, you're lying. I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it is nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Grammary secret then? Fine. I think maybe Trucy's mom is actually the daughter of... That's my guess. The Grammary secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having her mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammary? Will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The gun? The gun is my guess. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. Oh, ow. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind that fame. One that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal to you and Valiant Grammary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same. Why, just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead. Magnifique Grammary has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack, I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there is someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with the power, and I know who. Apollo? Ow. I don't know. Hall of Justice. This boy? His name is... I forget. Something weird. Fucking Phoenix! Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You could show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh. What do we have in the... Oh, we have his name written down. I call him Apollo. What? That's his name! Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Do I? I don't know about that. faces your... You did say that I wouldn't laugh if I knew the facts, right? Oh, damn it. Alright, so I don't have the thing I need. It's almost more effective than not to really... Okay. Which I've just done, clearly. The question is, do I have a trump card? Think. Okay. Apparently... No, I don't, apparently, because... No. Okay, maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Alright, so I guess, I don't know, let's go back to Valent. Let's go back to, oh wait, I can ask her about Trucy really quick. Let's go talk to Valen again after this. I feel like that's the next step. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal? That's Magnifique Mary's signature, isn't it? Hereby give all rights to secret staging for the blow. Graphic Mary. Hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Mary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. Recall the diary, yes. Of course I remember the fucking diary. Take a close look at the diary. It's got a torn page. The page is clearly been ripped out. It so happens I have it here. No, we don't. It was completely fake. Uh-huh. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me earlier. Like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique Mary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. This is not like a legal document. This is just like somebody scrawled it down. Only a sparrow may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir, here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary. Besides.
I may not look it, but I am a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Transferal of rights added to the court record. Ah, I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day, not to mention all their possessions. Exactly, which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say, I am securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Mary. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zachramary, and Valak Gramary. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. Okay. Okay, let's go talk to this fucko. Trick up his... Okay, yep. Flying... Mentor... Care to explain your troop left the danger, but the danger was this, right? Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed, single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We're not murderers. Not crime murder. Something more tragic, an accident. Quick draw, shoot him. How long? Someone was hurt. Decisions, chose the right path. A life was sacrificed. How? It's the only thing I have with Thalassa. But that's Zachamary's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. Look. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, huh? Was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. I don't know. Not that. No. Hello? That's the only thing I can think of. Troop Grammary's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. What a great foundation for blackmail. Alan's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident, Magnifi covered it up. His innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. So close, there has to be something. About how Thalassa's death could affect Zach and Valak's relationship with Magnifi. Seeing your eyes, you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's accident tied your hands so completely. I definitely don't have evidence. There's gotta be a person. I'm trying to think of it. I don't have evidence. So, it's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zach's wife tied both of your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. No. 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 Maybe. No. 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 Maybe. No. No. What does it say? I can smell a scoop miles away. Why Magnifi held so much power over you? Because she was his daughter? And so he lorded over them the fact that you killed my only daughter and I could send you to prison forever for it? Were you by any chance trying to threaten me? No, of course not. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so I'm just scared about personalities, histories. Who was Thalassa really? So maybe I gotta do something else. I don't fucking know. Just take me. Just let me out. Okay. Can I leave? Thank you. Okay. I don't like that my things don't reset. Maybe I need to shove Drew, or whatever his name is, present some of the evidence to him. Could you tell me about this? Mr. Wright, we meet for the first time in 7 years, and you offer me this, please. Okay. Yeah, shut up, Phoenix. How about the stamp? Okay, not the stamp. How about the necklace? Okay. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots?
I know.
Oh, you're still here?
According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grimary's only daughter, end quote.
What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach? Brushel, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Is he using a toothbrush on his glasses that he's putting in his mouth? Please stop doing that. Zach decked him. Oh, Zach punched him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Thalassa Grimary, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. We need to gather some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that's done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave.
But it's your last game. I mean, what's the scoop?
I punch, and I punch. But still, it is not enough.
I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Piano band.
Then let us begin. Dealer, you will be witness to our competition.
Tis honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin. Believe it was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. But I didn't get to do the grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to beat that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. The moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Mary knew, but how and why? Yeah, I know I'm not done. Hold on. I want to solitary cell. I've been examining things. Kind of want to. This grape juice, is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. There's something inside that bottle. Huh? It's my business card. No one's surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic. Sure felt surprised. Maybe I have my poker face on. Sure felt surprised. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. Never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. Do you think you can make that piano disappear? Help out in a lot of ways, really. You say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. Okay, I don't actually think there's anything here. Okay, let's go talk to this fucko. What is this cell? What is this cell? There's a letter. A yellow letter. Oh my god. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Hold on. I want to see this letter. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. Not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail in here. You get mail here. You get mail here in jail? That I do. Though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Okay. That's mostly what I wanted to look at. Life has been full of surprises, for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zachary. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. If anyone tried to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zachary pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Juice bottle. Guys, can we be for real? Can we just be for real? Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zachary mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, believe was his name. After that, he was killed. And I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Zachary. Oh boy. Whoa. Never seen such psyche locks as these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? Just want to quickly... Daughter, okay. That got updated so I can go back to what's-his-face. No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. He's doing his nails. Ah! 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 That wasn't there a second ago. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First-rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Okay. Okay. First, I'm going to talk to this fucker again. Speed my way through all his shit. Okay. Gun. Yep. Life was sacrificed. This is that. Let's go. This stupid stamp. Okay, and now I can present his daughter. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What? What do you mean? She was Akramer's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifique Mary's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifique's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! Oh my gosh, thank you. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. We need Trooper Mary, the master, Magnifique Mary, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze and the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, sing, pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifique his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifique or Mary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is that it was a critical time for Trooper Mary. A passing of the torch from Magnifique to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifique's wishes. Magnifique forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Trooper Mary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who were to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Oops. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has to have helped a little. This has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifique's slayer, I should think. True. Ah. after that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zach. I liked him not. I see. His name. I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Trooper Mary. I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zachary Mary to this world. Sooner or later I'd have to track him down. Amazing. I want to go back. Because I got that bottle now. Oh wait, I could do True Studio in the present. Because I'm not going to have my in the past. Okay. Oh, but she's in a coma.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote.
Can I ask you what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned and his daughter's...
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zachary Mary was a good friend.
Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club.
What a character, that man. If a lot, extremely rough around the edges.
You think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, are you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately.
Excuse me. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on the back of neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means.
Met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnifique Mary?
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shooting practice?
Bye. You're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valentine Mary did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Mary at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. The Lasso, was it?
Really?
Then the Lasso disappeared, quite suddenly at that. Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Molasses' husband, see?
Zach or Mary?
Nothing strange was in the air over at Troop Grammary in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling disciples scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifi Miracle. Of course it was all a dream.
Because of this. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valen?
So Valen waited until Zach died. Legally, at least.
Time finally comes and Valen's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know.
Oh. Whatever.
If that document sees the legal light of day, it's gonna put a big damper on that big show. He's a sorry one, that Valen Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love, too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What was it, 3 sides of all of them pointy? A love triangle?
That is pretty classic.
When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing.
And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Drew Mission felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist's sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grammary got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, excuse me, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time.
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me? Interesting. Mr. Brusher, could you take a look at this? Okay. Okay. Oh god, it takes forever. Okay, nope. I don't know. But there were other people to talk to. I'm gonna go back here and just check on. Oh, I do have this. Okay. The client. Yep. This is the charm. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah! The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This fuckwad? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised. I promised not to tell.
Why was he setting up Phoenix? What stakes did he have in this other than just like his brother winning? Was that like his whole motive? That's insane.
It can't be. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick. I don't remember well. But that's when I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. It was pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zachary.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Phoenix. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Okay. So I'm done with the past. So I got shit to do in the present. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. There's nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. Then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I've walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifie's repertoire? Do not be deceived! Valent's skills is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who showed me on my way. Zachary. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zachary murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something like that to the effect 7 years ago, didn't you? Remember as if it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. But while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner, Zach, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet, that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillain distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifie's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here, to get the answer from you. Yep. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Alright, let's see what this man has to offer. Okay. Ask what you will. You'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Definitely this. This is a bomb. And that might be... I see it bears the Grimari seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grimari. He wrote this. What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. There's only one bunny this time. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi. Yes, it was Zach, it was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zach Grimari shot Magnifi? Is that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grimari? Oh God, I don't know. I thought it was him. I don't think I have anything. I don't think I have anything. Damn it. Oh, God. Okay. The only other place is the reporter. Maybe I need to ask about, like, people. Like, oh, I can't. I already tried this, didn't I? Oh, God, wait. Okay, well, I'm gonna click through this and then I'll redo it. Mr. Brushel, do you know, I like looked away, of course I did. I just assumed. Do you know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife.
Lasser Grimari. Magnifi Grimari's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her?
Well, why the heck not?
There we go.
So, Lalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
Do you mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They only had been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. I carried a portrait photo around. I just haven't. It is beautiful. Wait.
No, that's what's her. Is that not La Miroir? She didn't die. She's amnesia. I'm gonna lose it to this game.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She's got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know. Lhasa has another child besides Trucy, end quote.
It's Apollo. Trucy and Apollo are siblings? Holy shit. I'm gonna make freaking lose it. What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Yes. This is what she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? Her first husband who died on stage?
Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Lhasa had another child. It's fucking Apollo. And he got the... Oh my god. Do you think I could borrow that photo?
Sure, I could be generous on occasion, you know.
Oh my god. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People at events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so. But still, I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Have you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary, or it's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zach married Thalassa. He said Zach had good eyes, but not good like Grammary's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zach ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was?
Maybe nobody, now that Zach's gone.
Zach Gramary. Thanks for not having to do psyche locks and just being honest with me. The plot has finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. Power which passed from Magnifi Grammary to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Ow. Okay, this one's done. Alright, who am I gonna go talk to next? I guess. Zach. Because there was a whole thing about Apollo and. Okay. Talking about the secret. The secret. I have to know more about this power. You can see people's minds. Frizzer's blue mine. Cards, resources. Have no power, but Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe you got her power from her mother. I will not speak of that. She's officially missing. And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I think it was the pistol. The three of you were a team once. Now that it is visible. You peak, you're the biggest stars. Lost her life. To you, Valiant. Was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. This is a murder. Damn you. Her eyes, I think they could read my mind. Yet there was a warmth. She's dead. Only the power is Trucy. Nope. Someone else. Follow justice. This boy? Name is I forget something weird. Attorney. Yeah, we did this already. Ring. They got the bracelets. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grimaries as a guest on our show. Excuse me. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Grimari family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where the other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Ooh, both of them. We're getting somewhere. This strange power. I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact is that it passed down the Grimari line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it? Not quite. That is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension, without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. Phoenix, we just pointed them out. I knew the first time I saw one of those, I felt like there was more to it, just a fat, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Oh. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. That you're gonna adopt him and become his dad. Mr. Wright, tonight after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all of this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. Okay. Were they temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grimari power reacts to tension in others. When a Grimari senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates to minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. They will not like being around me then, because I'm tense 24/7. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? Guess that sounds simple enough. Well, Trucy doesn't have a bracelet. Did she just get really good at it because she never had a bracelet, so she had to, like, just learn how to do it? You heard of kinetic vision. Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped. They focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is the Grimaries can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it's difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. We're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grimary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing. Then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? Ah, I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnifique Mary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test? In his last years, Magnifique Mary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though, I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah! I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? And of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Yes, this ending too gives me no cause for regrets. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifique wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps, but it is not something we'll ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die? If 7 years passes like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah, and now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent had helped you pull it off. That's madness! Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zachary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To make a turn, 7 years passed, I, Zachary, murdered my mentor, Magnifique Mary. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure. from court and hereby confess to my crime, Zachary. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Grimary. Zach's confession added to the court record. Okay. Now I bring that to Zach. As long as I have the... Oh, God. This. Alright. Why? Must have lied. Shot him. Yes, it was Zach. And then... I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Dr. Mary wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifique Mary. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Oh my God! I hate their I can't do their yelling. God. Got an itch. You know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zachary killed no one. And you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. Ha 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 ha! A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifique Mary in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifique's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Grimary did kill the great Magnifique. Ha 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 ha! So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as, I don't know, Knack and Talent Grimary, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be farther from the truth. Only Zach and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zach or Valiant, who shot Magnifique? It had to be the only other person at the scene, which means he shot himself? Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifique Mary himself. Magnifique Mary committed suicide. Find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifique Mary? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifique transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Mary, not me. I see. And I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valiant Primary confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. A little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room. Which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zach did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnify called me back. I am sorry, Valiant. I'm giving my magic to Zach, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room. And then I stopped. The shock of what had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnify Primary, killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zach killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and then the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, and I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died, and you framed Zach for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're gonna turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zach Mary was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget this matter. It's 'cause she's not dead, she's singing in a foreign country. Can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Mary. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. Well, you see, he is dead. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. I'm not going to tell him that he's dead. Zach Mary, Shady Smith, whatever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good. And it would involve paying that man a visit. Oh yeah, we're not done with Gavin. I thought that was the last one. This part is taking forever. This part is taking 1,000 years. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well. Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. We're gonna look at that letter. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Let's look at that fucking letter. Ba-ba-ba. That's the theme of A. You're right. I was just shocked because, like, the first 2 bits of this were so fast. Yeah. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Bishop was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atroquinine spray finds anything. Yeah! Oh, I gotta click on it. I keep forgetting about that. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came, like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Drew Misham. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail. Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh. Oh. What is happening? Oh. Oh! I forgot that I think that pin is a camera? I think I saw that somewhere. We're absorbing him. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth? Or find the truth. You're the only ones who can. It was that serious face. To be continued. Okay. Last part. Here we go. Oh, you're back. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant... Oh, is this the jury, maybe? Is the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Is he talking to the jury? Preparations complete. Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. This is very traumatic and I love it. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. Yeah, I don't know, Cody. I assume we're back in Apollo's shoes. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant Vera Misham's condition? Acute atrocyanine poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today.
What? They can't put her on trial without her being here.
It is unusual.
They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them.
That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. Trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm gonna get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Do we have all this stuff in our court record? Oh, we have the letter. That's good. We have the notebook page. We have a lot of stuff. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done. But Vera was poisoned with atrocyanine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, you have no objections. I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? The nail polish! She's been chewing her nails! Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. I can do both of those. Prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which to hit first? I got how. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I'll focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of this poison was found in the defendant's body. I see. So the vendor of the poison is still unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham? The nail polish! What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails. Known any woman with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? This seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera becomes nervous, she has a habit of biting her nails. Her nails. I always forget that the judge is the most unqualified person to know better or even know anything. He's the dumbest character in this game. Like, there's some really dumb people in Ace Attorney, but he is so fucking stupid. Prosecutor Gavin. When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once. Mr. Justice. Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham. Why do you ask? Know someone who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Clavier. My poor baby boy. Mr. Justice, you're about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation? Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? Christoph Gavin. Booyah! This fucker. What's this? Christoph Gavin.
Objection!
What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He is behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. Could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there's a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. Known for some time, an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay. The defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. We're having an Edgeworth moment where he needs to find out the truth. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Ugh. I hate him. Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You could do it.
Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste, indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned. After quinine, was it? You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier? Maybe you can explain this? You're being accused again, by him. Again. Ah. And you agree with this accusation, do you? Poor boy is stuck in a very bad position. Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court. owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. Ow. You are, but that's another point entirely. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is when could he have done it? Not to mention why. He sent that letter. And the what's it? Oh god, my bracelet! Oh no! Oh no! Tell me, is this nail polish expensive? Ariadne is a nail polish of the highest order. Not only is it fabulously expensive, but it's made of extremely limited quantities. And you and Vera just happen to both use it? That can't be a coincidence. I'm guessing it's not a coincidence. Huh? It's simple. Ariadne is the best nail polish one can buy, correct? Then if one wanted the best nail polish, one would buy it. That makes sense. Why, it's a bit like my feelings toward my brand name gavel here. My silk top hat. Are we all done showing off our refined tastes? Please, continue with your tasteful testimony. Tasteful testimony. Can't you still make contact with the outside world in solitary? Ah, so we had an accomplice on the outside. Is that your latest accusation? I am allowed a certain modicum of letter writing. But the contents of those letters are closely checked. It would be extremely difficult to send a hit request. Prosecutor Gavin's on the warpath, isn't he? Yeah, you think so too, Trucy? I bet I know why. He must be nervous with his big brother watching. Maybe that's a weakness I can turn to my advantage. Are we cool with that? May I continue? The defendant is not dead yet. There are no known cases of someone surviving atroquinine poisoning. You seem to know a lot about atroquinine. You know a lot about a lot of things, which is why I suggest we pick up the pace, or else you'll be short one defendant for which she's worth. The witness will refrain from speaking ill of the ill. My apologies. Shall I continue? Vera had no reason to want to commit suicide. And also, who would commit suicide by doing their nails? The answer is quite simple. Basically, allow me to explain, beginning with why did she do it? The answer is quite simple. She couldn't live with her own guilt, steamrolling over his brother. He's a shit. Next, why did she use a nail polish to poison herself? This too is simple. So she could die alone doing something that she liked. Something that she liked? When she saw that the trial wasn't going her way, she knew she would die. And it's not easy to bring poison into a courtroom. Must I explain further? I believe that's clear enough. Crystal clear. Wow, the two brothers together, it's like a two-man wrecking team. I could use a little more teamwork, though. Both Vera and Mr. Misham were poisoned with atroquinine. That really can't be a coincidence. Defense is repeating fallacious statements based on conjecture. The prosecution requests concrete, unambiguous proof of the witness's crime. Objection sustained. The defense will please present concrete proof. Prosecutor Gavin seems strange to you too. I think he's all grown up. I mean, that's how prosecutors are supposed to be, actually. But he's acting different than usual. I'll bet it has a lot to do with his brother Christopher being in the room. Well, let's make this testimony count, Apollo. Right, quick and painless. The bracelet should do the trick. Yeah. I'm questioning my ex-boss. His testimony seems watertight, but he's lying. I'm sure I'll be able to see something, as long as I focus. Alright. This is the one that's like the most lying, so we're gonna attempt it. Watch his eyes. Okay. It's not his eyes. Oh! Ah! It was you who killed Drew Misham. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally. A little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all 10 witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get someone's mouth. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way, all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poison Mr. Misham. Is it not the stamp? Or maybe this letter? No, it's the fucking stamp. We know it's a stamp. We did this earlier. Just second guessing myself. I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Quinine was found in the stamp of Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor. Poison on the back of that stamp? After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony.
Well, that's the thing. See, after he put this letter in that envelope, Mr. Bishop sat there searching his desk drawers for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote.
He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is simply that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was a mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence. Does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. Really, Clavier. You should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. No. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. Defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Stand up to your asshole brother, Clavier, because he stole all the other stamps. Somehow, probably, but Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you. The defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph. What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Air forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Christoph, you tried to slip out from under this accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. They have the same voice. We're just rolling with it. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice. What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes. Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Apollo, motive! He's talking about a motive!
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose.
So, what does it mean?
It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. Motive for murder. This is a vital, if not most important element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I say this, it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Crap. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. But let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? No. 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 Maybe. No. 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 Maybe. This is one from him. That's it. That's what I got. The letter or the notebook page are the ones that make the most sense. Because they're actual evidences of the crime. I'm gonna get the notebook page. I don't know. If it's wrong, then I'm fucked. Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. Page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Mary's diary. Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. You think Phoenix is sitting in like the back corner of the courtroom watching everything go down? Just kind of enjoying the downfall of this man who took everything from him? I would be. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery to be made? That was never proven. The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. Days are not reminding me. And this is the second. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking, but he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Air forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright. I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but... Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, and how will it go down? They're flirting. He's flirting. He's I think he's loving this side of Apollo. Anyway, I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began.
Oh boy! Here!
What's this? It's Trucy talking.
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair.
Oh, and one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Was Gavin the previous attorney? Oh my god! I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. And he was offended and spurned that they chose Phoenix over him because of a poker game. The twists and turns. Probably leaning back in his chair with a shit-eating grin. I would also be doing that, and he deserves to do that. All we did was play cards. That was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before. Now, here's a question. Just who was Shady Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No, this can't be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. is the meaning of this? Defendant, or former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this. It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claims? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield. Air forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence?
What's wrong with Mr. Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy.
Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case.
You must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness.
God. And to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it. The yellow letter. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not... Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Oh, you don't get to object, Your Honor. You do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Misham. And I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. Ba-da-ba. Take that! This evidence proves there's a link. That scrap of paper. I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey,
That's Daddy's handwriting.
Mr. Wright's handwriting. What is the meaning of this? I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? Just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with it, reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright had yet to be cured of his bad forging habits. Well, if that's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction. When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence would never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. As embarrassing as it is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the court. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I could use on him.
Very well, this ends the special witness's cross-examination. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin, that's not his voice. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier.
Apollo, did you just see that? He's trying to press
Prosecutor Gavin! Why do I keep doing that? Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amuse me, Air Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. You. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. Just couldn't resist, could you, Air Right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? By the request to put the current cross-examination on hold. The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name, occupation for the record. Okay. Oh, look at him all grown up. Familiar with the trial, I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment, you call in Drew Misham. It was almost as if, what? Funny. Didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah. Correct. I knew that if if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Christoph, odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. Look at this punk! Look at this little punk! Ah, I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How does Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on that case.
The victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it?
Mr. Gavin. My, Clavier. You disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug, not anymore. Tell me, what was going on behind that trial? Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo! We're finally going to shine a light on that black belly of the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zachary Mary. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I gave him to no other conclusion.
Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. Couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. Look at this horrible, evil face. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me and could not forgive them. Phoenix Wright and Zachary Mary both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win? But then, when were you dismissed as Zachary Mary's attorney? You used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin. Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years.
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zachary Mary got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
Wait, just a minute. Zachary Mary was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally. I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Oh. Zachary Mary gone for 7 years. Trucy's father.
What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the course memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poison in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Rameri. Oh my god. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going! We'll talk about it later. Did she already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnifique Romeri's death started it. Magnifique Romeri's death and his student, Zach Romeri, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Misham. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. After quinine, applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter, she saved him by taking the stamp, I see. That wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Ah, that nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I had when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client that wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance. As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off, almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Flavia, surely you understand. We're back to the evidence. Lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the actroquinine that took Drew Misham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Romeri to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now. Afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham
who is on trial here.
No, but you were doing so good, Apollo!
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusations against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails?
What?
It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you.
What?
He's an ass. Evidence is everything. There's nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor!
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The jurist system. Jurists, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens' wisdom is some kind of a joke. What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrust our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers? Wow, you're not earning yourself any points with them. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Ooh. Get the riffraff out. Out, I say. Yeah, everybody's like, what the fuck? They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. Oh, they looked right at the screen! Oh, I don't know if you noticed that. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one that's responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Go get spicy with the law. Christoph Gavin, fuck the law. Phoenix Wright. Oh, do we get to see him explode? Oh, Jesus. So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. Oh! I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. Law is everything. Law is absolute. You let ignorant swine soil your courts? Christoph, it's over. Clavier. Law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Oh my god. Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is of this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, growing, nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. and I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter, Drew Misham, however. Several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court, for the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. Jurist's chamber. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. The panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all of your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? Who is juror number 6? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decisions in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Who is juror number 6? Oh! Oh, I'm juror number 6. Oh my gosh. It's our girl. It's our girl. It's Trucy's mom. Not guilty. Yeah. I'm sure if I picked guilty, I would get all these bad endings. But I don't have... I could save state, but I don't really know how to do that, so we're just going for it. There it is. I knew it. I guessed it right. I know. If it was like, if I didn't fucking hate Gavin so much, or Kristoff so much. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jurist system, innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Kristoff Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. I imagine the guilty one, she probably dies, which is awful. Phoenix, why is all your shit still here? Vera, I'm so glad Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. And I thought about it. What if Vera... Hey, now, don't you start crying too. Sorry you had to see us like that. Vera? Thank you so much. Apollo, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes, I saw you, and I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world, to see things with your own eyes. Looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you'd pull through, Vera.
I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay.
Oh my god, it's so cute! Oh, look, it's me! I love it, thanks!
She could draw Apollo too.
Is that me?
She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me. Do you know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer?
Oh, you mean Daddy. Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eye and apologize someday. Or someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all? You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did? How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that. He promised me that day he went away.
We may not meet again for some time, Trucy, but know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Squirmary, after all.
Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano.
That he can't.
Oh, and I got you, too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? The one who can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Teehee. Oh, Trucy. Yes, Vera? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted. Yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection, ahem.
Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic Underwear better anyway.
That's Magic Panties, Apollo.
That face, she's so cute. I love her. I hate that she uses panties, but... So, your memories returned.
Mr. Wright, was all of this a part of your plan, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I lost my memory, I was reborn as La Miroir.
Ah, fucking cold. So excited that I got that.
But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists?
You're thinking into this too much. Besides,
there's no guarantees that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long, I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This, too, I think, is thanks to you.
are you gonna tell them?
They do not know.
Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings.
I will go to them when the time is right. Until then,
Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. Phoenix. A little annoying at times, but still.
I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside.
Your bracelet.
Yes. I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. But your bracelet's were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine. And I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet. Yet it tore who I was away. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Mishram regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken. Sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go. This power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice.
Objection!
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost fake little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Truce is on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy. Drusy Grammary? Frankly, I got my doubts, but Half Grammary? Now that'll pack 'em in. She's so fucking cute. I love her so much. Oh, his little photos. Oh my gosh. This was so good. As all of them are. Not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gavineers are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. I'm not sad about your propaganda band getting, disbanded, but I do love that him and Apollo have jam sessions. That's so good. I could start reading fan fiction. Well, it's finally over. Thinking about it. I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. You better. I mean, he does. He's got 2 more games. But there's one character. Does this surprise you, Cody? There's one character that I know is in a bunch of fanfiction that we haven't met yet. Not her. Hold on. So I was standing around eating snackies the other day when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch and better yet make them ding. And the power of science, although the preservatives might be not be 100% safe. Her name I think is Athena Sykes, something like that. She's in like all the tags, but I don't know what game she's in. And there's 2 more after this, and I have not been able to find. Unlike event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. Da, but if greater challenge is being required, then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. Oh, I love her, even though she kind of sucked, but I love her sass. I don't know what game Athena Sykes is in, and I don't know who she is either. This is Bob. Oh, there she is.
So, Kentucky pastries are getting back the Eastern roots, spreading culture and all that. Yo, boss, culture time!
This is how we write root, capiche?
But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time!
Oh, his eyes! And this is how we write people, alright?
Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Whoosh, kids!
Is this from the bonus content from the first game?
Is she? Bazoy, Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that. Man, you want to make it today? You gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker, for real. I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What do you want me to call it, the OG muffin?
Hi, Walkie. I don't think so. That's what Emma Sky is from that one, is she not? I don't know where all this talk for food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one, too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? Eldon's Noodles is all about salt. Salt forever. Okay. Yeah, Emma's. I don't know if that's the first game. I think it might be the second game. I don't fucking know. My exceptionally inquisitive nature is what an unequivocal adoration. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no, look, that wasn't his voice. I have a new name, but this reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. I think that was his voice. I don't know. I wasn't, committing his voice to memory. Absolute quality Europe. Gotta be almost to the end. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I have gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Did you have your surgery? I don't know. To get your vision back? Is that how life returned? Or light returned?
Brusher, 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 brusher. Brusher here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet. Journalist confident in mint condition. End quote.
I don't know. Because, the next 2 games just have... What's his name? Decide to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Oh, she's a sweetheart! Goes back to Phoenix being the main character in his beautiful blue suit. I'll just have to look. I'm gonna just do a quick little global. Oh my god! I could cry. They're so cute. Athena Sykes, defense attorney working under. Okay, yeah, she works under Phoenix at the Write Anything agency. So which game does she come up in? I don't care. Okay, she's alive. I'm so glad to know that she's alive. Nicknames, what? I don't care about that. Just debut episode, Turnabout Countdown. Which is what? Dual Destinies. Which is the 5th game. So the next game. Thank you, Cody. Oh my gosh, okay. And that was fucking Apollo Justice. only took 6.5 hours for not even the entirety of the last case. Just most of the last case. I'm going to do my best to find completely, definitely legit copies of the last 2 games, but I have not been successful yet. I haven't looked in a while, but until then, I think next week I'm going to do some Coral Island, maybe? I don't know. We'll see what tickles my fancy when next week rolls around. Until then, I probably gonna go to bed because oh Jesus Christ, what is happening? I didn't mean to like that, but sure. My brain is melting out of my ears. I don't know what I was saying. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, I think I was saying I was going to bed because I play D&D tomorrow. I just set an alarm because knowing me, I'm not gonna fucking wake up. But anyway, thank you for hanging out. Thank you to everybody who retweeted the stream and watched and hung out. I love you all so much. You're the best. We will be returning to the Phoenix Wright franchise at some point because I am obsessed with these games. What can I say? I love them. I'm glad this didn't take me 5 months to get through, but still. But that is going to be it for tonight. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your Friday night and a fantastic, fabulous, amazing weekend. And I will see you all next week. Okay? Goodbye.